Magandang hapon of charges hearing kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court ngayong linggo. Nakatutok ang buong pwersa ng koolNews sa makasaysayang paglilitis na ito sa isang dating Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Ako si Midori Tachibana. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat at ito ang ating coverage of a very, very historic moment in the Philippine archipelago. To sum this up, nakakulong si Duterte ngayon sa The Hague sa kasong Crimes Against Humanity para sa kanyang marahas na war on drugs noong 2011 hanggang 2019 sa utos ng dating Pangulo. Nakatakdang iharap ng mga kampo ng ICC prosecution, kampo ni Duterte at ng pamilya ng mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings ang kanilang mga opening statements, evidence list, at oral argument sa harap ng mga huwes ng pre-trial chamber 1 sa buong linggo. Ginagawa ng ICC ang confirmation of charges hearing para malaman kung sapat ba ang ebidensya ng ginawa ng akusados ang mga paratang laban sa kanya. Kapag napatunayan na nagkasala ang suspect sa kaso, malilipat na ito sa trial chamber kung saan magsisimula ang pagdilitis. Si Duterte ay sinususpetsahang ngayon sa kasong Crimes Against Humanity ng murder at attempted murder na kanyang ginawa dito sa Pilipinas between November 1, 2011 at March 16, 2019 sa kanyang War on Drugs campaign. Ang request na ito ng ICC Office of the Prosecutor ay pinasinayaan sa pamamagitan ng warrant of arrest na inisyu ng ICC noong March 7, 2025 bilang isang secret/confidential file at reclassified bilang public ng March 11, 2025. Sinurrender si Duterte sa ICC noong March 12 tapos arestuhin dito sa Pilipinas sa kanyang pagbabalik galing Hong Kong. Ang initial na appearance ni Duterte ay nangyari noong March 14. Merong ang confirmation charges dapat ay noong September 23. Ngunit hindi siya nag-participate at dinelay ito this particular week. Noong January 26 na laman ng pre-trial chamber 1 na si Duterte ay fit to stand trial sa mga kasong isinampa laban sa kanya at tuluyan ng pinasinayaan ang confirmation of charges this week. Well, okay, I will speak English ha. Here's the thing. Sobrang historic ng ganito because it is the first time somebody from Asia is going to be prosecuted sa harap ng ICC. We haven't heard that in probably, I think, since the International Criminal Court was established thanks to the Rome Statute. Ang pre-trial chamber 1 po, kung nakita nyo nung September, ay composed of presiding judge Julia Antonella Motok ni Rain Adelaide Sophie Alapini Gansu at Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. Si Motok ay galing Romania, si Alapini Gansu ay galing Benin at si Liera ay galing Mexico. Ayan. So I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Nagsisimula na ngayon actually ang proceedings, but are delayed by 30 minutes. So wala pa tayong maririnig as of now for security reasons. I want to invite somebody na I feel like would give us some expertise on this particular historic moment. I want to invite Anima to the podium. Ayan. Yan yung ating ayun naka-mute siya. Anyway, I mean guys, we'll be monitoring this entire coverage. Um, nakatutok po ang buong koolNews dito sa ating coverage. Dito sa confirmation of charges hearing for the entire week. Kaya sana po ay makinig kayo ng koolNews and simulcast din pala tayo sa Shine Radio, sa SF Radio. Ayan. I want to know. Hi, Anima.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, hello. I'm
News
already
Radio
watching the video.
93.1. Ayan, nagsasimulcast din pala sila ngayon. I wanna go back to you, Anima, real quick. Kasi,
Okay.
kanina, 'di ba sinabi ni Nicholas Kaufman, this was also breaking news kanina na, Duterte collapsed twice, sa loob ng kanyang detention facility. Like, are there any health concerns or I mean, he is like,
Okay.
I believe 80 now, pero
Very difficult to tell. Very difficult to be honest. It's either he's malingering or because of his age, it is already getting to him. But we haven't seen him in a while, so we cannot confirm if he really did faint or is his health deteriorating in that case. But considering that he's in The Hague and he's turning 81 next month, 81st birthday in that case, it is expected that his age will be eventually be catching up to him, and at the same time, he won't be the strong man he used to be. He won't be the strong man he used to be. And in fact, what he said is that he's old, weak, and frail. Somewhat true because it's definitely the process of aging. Yes, it is normal to age because at around 80 years old, your mind will deteriorate, your cognitive functioning will get impaired because around that time, around 80 years old or 60 in that case, neurodegenerative disorders such as Alzheimer's disease, Huntington's, or even Parkinson's start to manifest. In Duterte's case, unless he's acting, but if he really is showing signs of legitimate neurodegenerate neurodegeneration, he needs to be psychologically evaluated for further confirmation. I suggest a mental health professional should confirm Duterte's mental health condition in that case. Excuse me.
like how I want to ask this parang paano there's a very stark contrast from his strongman personality sa nakikita natin sa The Hague, at least from the very, very little footage that we do have. What could this mean for this week's confirmation of charges? Like, is it gonna do something or is it gonna influence the the judges of,
I don't think
you
so.
know, if
No. 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 Okay, sorry to cut you off, but I believe that the answer
sige
is
lang, sige lang.
it won't affect the judge's decisions. Why? Let's turn back the clock 10 years ago to when he was first president. He was active, 71 years of age, as president.
Mm.
And most of
Mhm.
what he did, such as the war on drugs, well, his love for China also. his what do you call this? His friendship with Xi Jinping, another example. And uh the third one, his his blasphemic speech against God. We have to keep those in mind, because whatever he did in the past doesn't mean he'll get away with it in the future. He sealed his fate in that case. And 81 years of age, I don't think that will affect the decisions of the ICC, because they got that on record. Not just PRRD's reputation, also what his constituents did. Bato de la Rosa, who is hiding somewhere in the Senate, Bongo, and his own daughter, Sara Duterte. All of them are highly likely to be
Mhm.
involved, and I'm pretty sure they're in the list as
Mhm.
well of the ICC.
Mhm.
So I don't think the verdict of the ICC will change either way. Excuse
Mhm.
me.
Okay, so I am believing, ito ay parang nakikita ko lang din sa mga ano, from what I'm researching. The ICC has mostly prosecuted people from Africa, like very, very um political figures from Africa na nag-commit ng crimes against humanity. And this is the first Duterte is the first Asian suspect accused of crimes against humanity. It how um I don't know I don't know how to really describe this, pero yung ano niya, yung pagiging historic in a, it is historic in a very negative manner, of course, but
Yeah.
the thing is, it's very historic still. Either way, like you look at the history of the war on drugs, and it's a very brutal. Like, ang daming, it's like the feed of the news cycles for years and years and years during his administration. Now, nandun na yung mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings, ready to see um what the ICC is gonna prosecute Duterte. Siguro, like, it must be so liberating, and somehow, like, finally there's some justice happening for these guys, like walang due process, eh. Like, how different the process of being prosecuted sa ICC is going to be compared to the usual proceedings dito sa Pilipinas, because we've never virtually heard of s- uh, a nation political official prosecuted for crimes against humanity.
Okay. Let's look at the background of Africa compared to us. Africa, well, what we have in common with Africa, we're both colonized, to be honest. We're both colonized countries. Africa was heavily colonized back then, especially by the British. It was very rich like
Mm,
us, and now, uh, what do you call this? And now it's at a state of poverty, just like us, the Philippines. And what do those two have in common? They also have their corrupt system of leaders, dictatorships, for example. In that case, like what you mentioned, good research. Speaking of that, some leaders in Africa are imprisoned in the ICC, and now, for the first time, very first time in history, we have an Asian leader in Rodrigo Duterte to become the very first leader imprisoned or subjected to imprisonment by the ICC. But that depends on the verdict, so, but still, so, uh, he made history, but that history is forever going to be infamous on his terms in that case. So whatever the jury of the ICC will be, considering that they have already taken care of dictators throughout the course of history, I'm pretty sure this is going to be for uh for the victims. This is going to be for the victims of the EJ case, for the war on drugs, who have who have proven their innocence, yet have fallen, yet have their loved ones fallen under Duterte's brutalist approach. And at the same time, uh, once we hear the announcement, I am pretty sure that this will be a sense of redemption, or let's say a sense of peace for the families affected by the war on drugs. Because personally, in the mental health field, Duterte had one shot, had one had one of the few solutions to solve the war on drugs approach, considering it as a socio-economical approach. And that
Mm-hmm.
is because we have RA 11036, which is a mental health law, which aims to prevent discrimination of those people with mental health struggles, and that includes those diagnosed with substance-induced disorders such as methamphetamine, marijuana, rugby, and the likes. Those stimulants mentioned, human lives deserve to be spared, especially if they are proven guilty. Even the worst serial killers in history went through due process, and now he's going through he's going through the just process of a justice system that his victims failed to undergo during his term. So yeah, that is going to be so that's going to be my answer. And anytime now, the ICC is going to start their journey regarding PRRD's case.
I believe kasi made-delay ng 30 minutes for security reasons ang
Possible.
no, it is protocol. It is protocol na 30 minutes ang delay from the proceedings. They're currently doing it right now. There it's only gonna start on stream 5:30 for us here in the Philippines, and 10:30 ang simula sa Amsterdam Dutch time. I want to show this though before we proceed, because this was made public, I believe, February 18th. So this was last Wednesday. Ito yung this was the office of the prosecutor ng ICC. This is the organizational structure of the president from during his term sa presidency. Okay. Well, ito ay pinapakita yung mga co-perpetrators ng drug war ng administrasyon niya during his term. So, obviously, there's him, there's Duterte, and then Medi Aldea, who is gonna be in the trial. Si Panelo will also be there. Javi Velker has not been seen in I don't know how many months it has been or how many years. Ernesto Abella. And then are here are the actual like people na that are under Philippine that are wards of the Philippine justice system. So Vitaliano Aguirre, Bernardo Guevara is also in there, but I believe that's only like for the time during the latter part of his administration. Secalida, NBI Director Dante Geran from 2016 till 2020, and the very, very, very infamous Pato de la Rosa. So I believe itong mga red na ito ang pinaka-main perpetrators ng war on drugs. So that's why I believe they're red. So, and they have pictures as well. So, Bato de la Rosa is here. Oscar Albayalde, and ayan, si Isidro La Peña na Chief ng Bureau of Customs. This was not um this was not public until last week. So when we see that see this organizational structure, is it possible na, yeah, there could be an arrest warrant for them like with De La Rosa, but is it possible that these guys are also gonna be named co-perpetrators
Highly
officially
likely.
sa ICC?
Highly likely. Okay, good that you have an organizational structure here. Let's look at this in an organizational psychology perspective. Industrial organization in that case. You see a hierarchy here, a hierarchy tree in that case. Well, traditionally, this is the organizational structure of every single traditional company in the Philippines, including the government. And this is one example. As you can see, you have Rodrigo Duterte at the top as president. Of course, he's the executive. And you have the office of the president. I believe the second in command, as you can say, aside from the VP, of course. His VP is Lenny Robredo by that around that time. So you have the executive secretary, Panelo, of course, Harry Roque, who is heavily involved. And then down in the executive departments and offices, you have the department heads. You have Bongo, La Peña. Goodness me, I just saw. I just look. Okay, most of the figures here I just saw, but because they are within PR or this hierarchy, they're inevitably going to be part of the charges brought by the ICC. Okay, so Aguirre is in here. Medyo malabo yung mga text dito, so I'm gonna go read the familiar ones. Si Bato de la Rosa inevitably is going to be here. Oscar Abayalde also. La Peña. As you can see here, you have a lot
Yung
of
mga red,
departments involved
actually.
here. Yan yan?
It's the red. I believe the guys that have their squares in red
Oh,
are the main
the red frames.
perpetrators.
Yeah. You know, here's the rule here in organizational psychology in that case, Mido. Because, of course, Duterte himself is the culprit. And you have those guys in the red frame, which means because
Mm-hmm.
you have the department heads here, one fault of a leader can be the fault of everyone, can be the fault of everyone involved.
Oh.
Here's the company rule. Here's the traditional company rule in a hierarchy, in a classical organization. The fault of a member is the fault of all the team. Why is that? Because the Philippines is a collectivist country and we have a collectivist approach in corporate worlds where, of course, the classical system is still here. The fault of one member can be the fault of everyone involved. Especially, you can see that department heads will be affected here as well. Why? Because they either directly or indirectly supported the actions of the president. Therefore, they can be guilty of such charges by the ICC. And it's inevitable that later, once the ICC starts the trial, one of these names in this hierarchical chart might be mentioned during the trial. That's what we might most likely expect. And at the same time, this might not just be Duterte's work. This might be his whole administration's work at the same time. His fault will cost him his whole administration's reputation. And it's also affecting his daughter's run as well.
Which, by the way, now that I think about it, merong, oo nga, uh, the announcement of Sara Duterte's presidential run was so buried down
Please,
by this week dahil sa announcement, dahil sa hearing na to. And what could this mean? Like, I know it's probably gonna be marred by the presidential run, or whether this case will go to actual trial na magpo-proceed na sa chamber. Trial chamber ang kaso ni Duterte. But how how would I say this? Like, uh, um how would this really affect her odds for the presidency?
How will this affect her odds in that case? Well, because we're leaning into the political side. From what I see, considering Sarah's hasty approach with the announcement, yes, of course she's going to run just like what her father did. But I believe that whatever she's doing, it won't be for the people, but rather to keep her family in power. Because here's the thing: if you announce early, it means you want to secure your position as early as possible, and that indicates that she's ready. She's ready to secure her position as long as it benefits her, regardless of what the people think. And answering your question, if how this will affect her presidency, massively, and especially if it depends on the results or the jurisdiction of the ICC upon her father. Whatever the jurisdiction of the ICC will be upon her father, it will indirectly affect Sara Duterte's run as well. And from what we see, to be honest, if Sara Duterte's father is going to be uh is going, how do you call this? Is going to be, let's say, judged by the ICC, she inevitably will have a similar fate as her father, because they're both associated with the war on drugs, not just during her father's presidency, but during his father's term,
Mm.
especially her term as Davao City Mayor. So inevitably, if her father is going to be in prison, so will the daughter.
In the plan around to si political clan ng mga Duterte for being a strongman clan. And ngayon na nasa Duterte, nasa ICC na si Duterte, he's in their detention facility, and now na nagko-collapse na rin yung health ng dating pangulo. Like, I don't know how would this affect public opinion. How would this sway the public opinion dito
I'm
sa
sorry, can you repeat again, Mido? You're kind of inaudible.
ayan.
Sorry. Yeah.
But I can be heard na, 'di ba?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Continue, please.
If wait, I believe the first part of the confirmation of charges hearing is starting. Let's check with our
Yeah.
TOC real quick.
TOC, galaw-galaw dyan. Switched ata tayo. Technical.
Technical requesting.
The charges have hearing is beginning. We're waiting
Okay, yeah.
for our tech para mag-start.
Mhm. Okay, if anyone wants to ask at least one question before this meeting starts, please feel free to do so while we wait for the hearing to commence.
I cannot believe like we're we're actually seeing this in our lifetimes. We are so I'm oh, honestly like ironic na ang ironic na what we once knew as a strong man that instilled fear um in the people of the Philippines, eh ngayon nasa ICC na, and he's like kind of not recognizing the integrity of the ICC. And when you think about that, how how would that play into this particular trial?
I'm sorry, repeat again.
'Di ba kasi
Yeah.
he's already disregarded yung integrity ng ICC
Yeah.
ngayong nakaset siya for trial. Anong implication nun sa magiging trial niya in the future if this ever goes to actual trial sa ICC?
Okay. So how will this affect his trial in the future? Depends. Well, it's on the gravity of his crimes in that case, considering we already know he's a human rights violator. I mean, he's done a lot of human rights violations because of his war on drugs. That is for sure. And the
Mm.
second with that, it's not just how do you call this? It's not just his rule in Davao when he was mayor, but also when he became president of the Philippines. So, what we expect for Duterte's case is that it won't just be focused on his co-perpetrators, his administration, or his war on
All
drugs.
guys, veuillez vous lever.
Okay, ICC starting, but also
The
ICC
International
will
yeah,
just
ICC starting, but also uh,
Penal
what we
International
need
et ouvert.
to take note is how much the collateral damage has been caused during his war on drugs campaign. And now with that, let's proceed with the ICC hearing.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
listen in.
Yeah.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to all. I would like to welcome all those inside and outside of this courtroom.
Technical
Madam
check
Courtroom
if
Officer,
the
could you
volume
please
is
call the case?
unmuted. Okay,
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am now going to ask the parties and participants to introduce themselves. Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself, I'm Nyai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Mirity, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer. And behind us, we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Dezev-Dabi. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance. Attorney Martin Delgra, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, maître. J'ai envie de...
Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to present them, to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Victims participating in this proceeding are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Masida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, maître Mas.
Thank you very much, Maître Masida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide, and I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in pre-trial chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pre-trial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the court officer shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof, at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defense enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Article 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, we can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall analyze in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the national network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a) of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the national network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defence submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections. In specifying that the defense and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the filings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case, I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Madam President, we have no observations.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2, namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial ground to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those 3 counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was a mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murder and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 00015-486, page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 00015-547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL-OTP-00094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have a confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ARN PSL OTP -000886631-R01 and page 66, and the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition, with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PSL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restore to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PSL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PSL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about just the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes. Nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilians population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then, there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, it goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of event that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegation of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued a written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, during the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as President for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charge before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice for the victims. If the charges are not confirmed in this case, one of the gravest concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. If the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims even to this day because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman, another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
What do you say? When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Council. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
Hello.
Ang special times confirmation charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ngayon po ay nakasuspend ang pre-trial chamber 1 for their lunch break. Mamaya sila babalik ng mga 9:55 ng gabi. Nagpresenta na kanina ng mga opening statements ang prosecution, ang legal counsel ng mga biktima ng EJK at ang defense counsel ni Rodrigo Duterte. Magandang gabi. Magandang gabi. Sound check. Magandang gabi sa inyo lahat. Ako si Midori Tachibana at kayo nanonood ng koolNews special coverage ng confirmation of charges hearing kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At kasama ko ngayon sa ating panel, singular panel, si Anima, ang ating Anima will be serving as our analyst for tonight. Naririnig ba ako, guys? Naririnig ba ako?
Yeah, your audio is quite back and forth though.
Back and forth. Better na?
Yeah.
Okay. Ayan. Okay na, okay na, okay na.
Yeah.
So sa mga narinig natin kanina, nabasa na yung mga counts ng crimes against humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ang kanyang mga counts are as follows. Ang first count ay ang mga pagpatay sa Davao City noong siya ay mayor ng naturang lungsod sa pamamagitan ng kanyang Davao Death Squad. Ang second count ay pagpatay sa mga high-value target, allegedly high-value targets, noong kasagsagan ng kanyang administrasyon. At ang pangatlo ay murders and attempted murders sa mga barangay clearance operations during the presidential period, o yung tinatawag nating Oplan Tokhang. Magandang gabi sa iyo, Anema. Alam ko
Yeah.
narinig mo kanina yung mga arguments between the three camps. How
Mhm.
powerful are, particularly first, how powerful are the statements made by the legal counsel of the victims na si Joel Petuyan?
Very. Because to be honest, since he is a representative of the war on drugs, there are a lot involved. There are a lot of casualties involved during the war on drugs campaign that we can remember, and at the same time, uh, what the victims experienced. To be honest, they're definitely, well, we can say traumatic, and it and those experiences might have haunted them up to this day. To be honest, those traumatic experiences, especially. Uh, while the war on drugs, while the war on drugs is controversial, at the same time, so this could have been, like I said before, this could have been taken into an ethical approach where human lives do not necessarily need to be wasted. In fact, it should be upheld according to the rule of law. Even the worst criminals we know, from, let's say, Al Capone, John Wayne Gacy, throughout history, we have the worst criminals, and yet they underwent due process because the evidence of their crimes are already there. But on the other hand, you have Duterte wanting instant solutions, which is not necessarily always the right one, because instant hasty solutions result to controversial and reckless mistakes. And as we can see, he now ends up in the ICC. And with the with what the attorney said in that case, I would say that majority of what he said is credible, definitely, on the side of the victims, because take into account what the what news uh, what news websites or news journalists in that case have noted about the war on drugs in that case. We have heard that even children were involved in the war on drugs. Innocent children,
Mhm. Mhm.
which further implies that the war on drugs was indeed unsuccessful. What they call collateral damage, it's a lifetime of trauma for the victims. And
Mhm.
now Duterte is facing that same karma through
Mhm.
being in the justice system that he once robbed from the war on drugs victims.
Mhm.
So for me, from how I see this in a psychological perspective, this is definitely a just process because they already have laid out the evidence. And Judge Niang of the ICC recently
The
just said,
prosecution, yes.
yeah, he recently said that that's just a fraction of the evidence. That's just a fraction of the evidence. So let's say that's one half of the evidence he has, which means that there's more. There's more than just the war on drugs campaign. If
And to
there's,
add
if,
on that,
yep,
to add
yeah,
on that, kasi 'di ba na-mention ni prosecutor niyang kanina na it's not just the picture or what he has presented na rin kanina sa opening statement niya, they have recordings, they have documents, they have statements of the president or insider witnesses accounts. And what how is this going to undermine yung defense with regards to the legal proceedings should this go to trial?
Undermine the defense on from what side, if you can clarify?
Yung
From the ano,
yung
from what side?
defense.
Yung defense
How
panel.
would this
So
undermine the
war on
defense
drugs.
if this goes to trial?
So war on drugs on the side of the war on drugs victims. On the side of the war on drugs victims or yung kay Kaufman?
Sa side ni Kaufman, yes.
Okay, yung kay Kaufman. To be honest, I think yeah, knowing how many times he had defended Duterte in some of the other sessions they have, what I've noticed about Duterte, what I've noticed about Kaufman's defense, I don't get where the flowery language is coming from. Excuse me. I know he's British. I know he's British Israeli, to be honest. And at the same time, with how he justified what Duterte did, he did clarify that what he did, what Duterte did was the act of upholding the law through acts of service, as what I understand. In fact, why would you serve the people by killing the people? That doesn't make sense. If you're serving the
Sabi niya,
people,
to add din, he was stating, he was arguing it from the side of, from a self-defense perspective. Like,
No.
Would you say na self-defense pa talaga yung mga ginawa niya nun?
Not necessarily. If that was self-defense, then extrajudicial killings would have been lessened. They would have been minimized. If that was self-defense, we wouldn't have children being in the death count. And if that was self-defense, I once had a debate with one of Duterte's followers, to be honest. I clarified to them that even children were included in the death count and they still justified it as a way to keep criminals under control. But that is not the case. Why? If the war on drugs was effective, how come there are still news of drug killings or even drug dealings across the nation, especially at Duterte's own hometown? It means that the war on drugs is ineffective. And second, speaking of the children, speaking of those victims of the war on drugs, another reason to that, coming from Kaufman, if he's talking about self-defense, to be honest, in the psychological perspective, this is the most ethical self-defense that they could have done with the war on drugs. And the fact that Duterte signed RA 11036, which is the mental health law to prevent discrimination for people diagnosed with mental health disorders, including those who are intoxicated with drugs. There's a method called crisis de-escalation. An example of that is, let's say someone is hostage taking, and at the same time, that person's psych report has been proven to be under the diagnosis of, let's say, schizophrenia with, let's say, a substance-induced disorder caused by methamphetamine or shabu. What would the police do in that case because a hostage is involved? Walang barilan. If that was Duterte, matik babarilin. Pero but you have an innocent life at stake there. Of course, you have to de-escalate the crisis. Why is that? The priority is not only the hostage. The priority is not also why that person is going victim before we conclude any reasoning. That's what you call a fair process. Duterte robbed the war on drugs victims with his hasty methods of killing. And unfortunately, even children got involved in it. So that's the price.
Okay.
That's the price he paid
Mhm.
in that case. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, gusto ko ipakita itong picture nito. This was shown earlier during I believe the prosecution's opening statement. This is ang daming natawag dito ng Filipino Pieta. This was taken by Rafi Lerma around 2016. July 23, 2016 to be exact. How, like, speaking this from like a photojournalistic perspective, it's a beautiful photo, but how is this photo going to influence yung magiging outcome ng pre-trial chamber?
Okay, so how it will influence the outcome of the pretrial chamber. I believe the ICC will focus on the perspective of the victim, like I said before, because in this La Pieta in modern times we have two victims in this photo. One I believe is a mother, I guess. Yeah, one I believe is a mother. The other is a victim, and you have the signage there that says "Pushar ako, wag tularan." That's the form of framing someone who isn't proven guilty of a crime, yet suffered the fate of a brutalistic approach from Duterte. The fact that a woman cried for her son, yes, it is disheartening, but at the same time, it proves that the justice system wasn't even just under Duterte. It means it was planned out hastily. He wanted justice to be instant and at the cost of innocent lives. And at the cost of innocent lives, it targeted the poor because the poor were the most vulnerable. Class C and D, to be honest, if not the lower class. While the elitists still get away with it. The elitists in that case, as we speak, those in power, for example, while we know Duterte for his strongman persona, it doesn't mean that he has fulfilled his mission in lowering the crime rate in the Philippines. In fact, it worsened because not only you have what do you call this? Not only you have the not only you have the elitist, no, not rather the elitist, but let me clarify, those in the lower class struggling to survive, but you have those in the upper class exploiting them. That is the root of the war on drugs. You have unemployment, and the reason why you have unemployment because they have no source of income, and so what do the unemployed have? What are the choices of the unemployed? Either to do something illegal because of the lack of job opportunities, or at the same time try to find a way to make a living, even if it looks unlikely. Because the focus here during the Duterte administration is more of classism. He was anti-poor and he used the war on drugs to focus on the poor, frame them for being drug pushers, while those in his ranks still get away with it. So this
Okay,
one, yeah, this photo in this case, it's an example that the war on drugs, to be honest, targeted those who are the most vulnerable, even if they are innocent. And it proves that those who are the most vulnerable are left to fend for themselves, while those in power are indeed guilty of being accomplices with Duterte, and yet they still got away with it. It just means that the justice system during Duterte's administration was selective. Also, there's gonna be different interpretations, of course. That's how in depth the photo is in that case.
We've heard na rin yung mga statements, and what I was able to take down ay si Duterte daw ay, well, according to the prosecution, according to our lead prosecutor niyang yung nag-present kanina,
Yep.
maraming ginawa si Duterte, including like enabling the Philippine National Police na pumatay. According to them, they authorized state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign. Duterte made public statements authorizing condoning of alleged criminals both as mayor and president. And these are just some. And third, publicly naming individuals, including high-value targets that were killed during the brutal war on drugs na ginawa ni Duterte. Like, just how very hastily planned this whole drug on war came to be. How is it going to be affecting? I mean, you mentioned din kanina pala na, now that I think about it, you mentioned that it's gonna be traumatizing for the victims, and we heard from I believe Job Manan's report kanina sa TV Patrol na some of the victims that remained here in the Philippines ay nasa isang undisclosed location within QC, within Quezon City, and they're gonna have a debriefing right after this confirmation of charges. And
Yeah.
this is only the first day, so hearing these
dear.
must be really grueling for all the victims.
Definitely. Because I do feel for the war on drugs victims, to be honest, because it's not that easy to lose a loved one, especially at the hands of a broken justice system in that case. They will be, what Sir Job Banahan meant that they will undergo the briefing, that would be, I believe, psychotherapy. Because there's a chance that the most likely cases, one of the war on drugs victims have, they may be diagnosed with anxiety, depression, and most likely post-traumatic stress disorder. Because every time, let's say, for example, every time a loved one has lost a victim, for example, and they still remember it by experience, those flashbacks are trademark symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. And in fact, it can relapse even after a month. So that's why it is important for it's important for war on drugs victims to undergo necessary psychological interventions, because relapses aren't that easy, to be honest. And at the same time, it's for their mental well-being, and at the same time, they have to feel like that they're secure. They have this sense of security which they were robbed of when Duterte was president.
So, like, to add din these flashbacks can happen years after.
Yes.
Like,
true.
It's gonna be something na hindi nila basta-basta matatanggal from even just seeing the bodies of, or actually the action being done, which is binabaril yung biktima ng drugs.
Yes.
How visceral are these pictures for a bystander or even the family of these victims?
Okay. Well, that is tough, to be honest. But experiencing a crime scene firsthand, to be honest, it can be distressing for someone. especially with someone with PTSD, for example, victim, a war on drugs victim firsthand. It doesn't mean that they're safe, but it also means that it activated like a fight or flight response in our brain, to be honest, because we have this organ called the amygdala, which is responsible for a reaction of fear to fight or flight situations. For example, like I said, a crime scene, and then they witnessed it. While they are not directly the victims of the campaign, it still caused collateral trauma. Why is that? Because firsthand they've experienced that, and at the same time, while they are not involved with it, they witnessed it. That's what can cause flashbacks. In fact, the perfect prime example for flashbacks is, of course, the bombings, the shell shock bombings World War II veterans experienced back in the 1940s, because they were in the line of fire, which is the same exact response the war on drugs victims had experienced. Once they hear a bullet, they'll associate it with Duterte's war on drugs, because Duterte funded the police to mitigate crime, which unironically, or in this case ironically, did much more harm than good. So psychologically, this has caused a lot of harm towards Filipino families, regardless of what their class is, regardless of what their age. And at the same time, he has fully supported the police, but never consulted the healthcare field, which could have been much more ethical, because not all lives that were taken were guilty. And at the same time, not all lives that struggled were hostile. He handled it hastily, he handled it brutally, and he was never, he was never gentle with the approach, but rather he didn't even consider the science of his war on drugs. He only considered the militaristic approach of the war on drugs, and that's what caused the brutal killings that we have heard in the news from his term up to his last. In that case, while he justified it as a way to defend the Filipino people and for them to be safe, how can one be safe if the justice system is broken? That's a question that they should consider.
So, I want to go back doon sa sinabi ng prosecution. Kasi we were saying earlier during the before the trial commenced na this is a very very historic time for the Philippines and for Asia as a whole, since this is since Duterte is the first Asian official to be what do you call this, to be executed in the International Criminal Court, and the prosecution was particularly emphasized. So what do you think is the prosecution gonna do dito sa ating confirmation of charges, like recognizing that history, recognizing yung fact na hindi lang ito makasaysayan para sa Pilipinas, ito rin ay makasaysayan for the Asian continent as a whole.
Well, the prosecution of the ICC definitely, it's because we've heard their judges saying all the cases of Duterte, just a fraction of that. I mean, there's more. I believe that whatever the prosecution of the ICC will be, I believe that his former administration, including his beloved camp fan base, the DDS, they're honestly losing a war that they cannot fight, because this this at this point, this is not about the Filipinos. This is about international jurisdiction. Because Duterte according to what he wants, not what the people want. While the ICC, known for going after people like Duterte with their anti-humanitarian approaches, they of course have recorded every single action, including what his co-perpetrators did, and now as a result, he's now in the ICC facing his trials, and at the same time, uh it's already come to full circle in that case. I would say this is pretty much social justice in its in its absolute form, but it's poetic justice, I would say. Poetic justice for for those who have lost their lives on the war on drugs, for the broadcasting stations that lost their what you call this? That lost their let's
Licenses.
say that lost their licenses to go up on air, and for the people who were misunderstood, and not who for the people who were misunderstood and just needed help to overcome their struggles in poverty, but in the end only happened to meet a bullet in front of their faces. This is social justice as we are witnessing it.
Okay, regarding din, ang daming on the scene at the ICC, maraming mga nakikita tayo ng mga supporters of both camps. Like, we heard protests from the victim side, and we also have people from the Duterte supporters camp. Like, is it gonna affect, is it gonna impact yung pagiging integrity-based ng ICC with this particular trial? Like, I don't think we have really seen protests that are like this, even during the time na African strongmen were prosecuted sa ICC at the same time.
If the protests will affect them, indirectly, to be honest, indirectly, I would say, because we all know that the ICC got most of the information based on concrete evidence from the from the war on drugs victims. While at the same time, you have different protests from either side. One from the war on drugs victims, the other from those who love Duterte so much. It all boils down to substantial evidence. That is the purpose of due process. Like I said, in forensics, especially in law, you need evidence to prove and defend your claim. And if you have no evidence, it will favor one or the other. That's how crucial it is. That is how crucial it is to compile all needed evidence to win a case. And from what we're seeing, this may favor the war on drugs victims, cause based from their experiences, like I said, it was a hasty approach, while the other Kaufman said that it was an act of self-defense. What I've thought of, if Duterte if Duterte really did that as an act of self-defense, why on the people who have no arms to defend themselves? Which is literally the mind-boggling question for me. Why, if it's for self-defense, why involve those who don't have even a gun to kill? Just like what the police the case should not be concluded through let's say rapid action. In that case, rapid instant actions. It should be methodical. It should be tactical. But but in this case, it was rushed, which debunks uh Kaufman's case compared to the case of the attorney who represents in behalf of the war on drugs victims.
Mm-hmm.
You have two sides there, and and like I said, it all boils down to the evidence the ICC has. And regardless of how many it is, one thing is for sure: Duterte might spend the rest of his life in the ICC.
Okay, so I want to go din sa argument ng defense ni Nicholas Kaufman na parang he was trying to present former President Duterte in a very humane way. Despite the deeds of his actions being, well, utterly inhumane. So, what exactly does Kaufman have to do to, at the very least, turn the odds towards his client's favor? Diba?
What I would say, if I was Kaufman in that case, how would the tide shift in Duterte's favor? Reframe the war on drugs, the purpose of the war on drugs. I would reframe it into a perspective where it should be humane. It should be a humane method for criminals and in, and innocent lives alike. In that case, but considering that we did hear about that self-defense earlier, I th- I think how Kaufman will justify this, as we can hear, he used a lot of, I believe, flowery languages in that case to frame Duterte to frame Duterte's method as a humane approach, as like what you said. But I believe that won't be the case at all, because violence is violence, simple as that. Violence does not justify but violence does not justify the means, and at the same time, justice is not expressed through violence. That's how you should explain the due process of the law.
Mm.
The most horrendous criminals in history never were killed without due process. They went through a lot of psychological examinations, even verdicts, trials like this one with the ICC is doing with Duterte, before
Mm.
before eventually they were executed via death penalty. Why? Because because the evidences were against them, and it proved their actions. And in Kaufman's case for Duterte, I cannot remember one case where he actually defended Duterte. Honestly. So I believe that whatever Kaufman will do, I believe will contradict or probably not convince or not persuade the ICC to change their minds either way, because the evidences
Mhm.
of what he did during his administration is already there. It's already embedded even in the victims. That's what you can't erase. Sure, you
Mhm.
can revise the justice system. You can change this. You can put your cronies in one government, but you cannot change the experiences of those innocent lives that were that their loved ones were unjustly taken and were brutally executed without due process. Hence, we have the extrajudicial killings. I believe whatever justification Kaufman has, I don't think it's going to put up. I don't think it's going to convince the ICC to drop the charges or acquit those charges against Duterte.
Mhm.
You may proceed,
You
Mido.
were saying earlier, yung mga biktima,
Yes.
na-mention din kanina na ang daming mga bata.
Yes,
Well, a
exactly.
lot of victims were minors that were
Yes.
killed during these particular drug war, the particular drug war. And
Mm.
how do you think is it going to sway the
Like,
the opinion in favor of the victims of of this brutal war on drugs?
okay, you talk about minors. Amnesty International has put that on record. Minors were indeed in the casualty count of the war on drugs. And the most notable example of one of those minors involved in the war on drugs was Kian de los Santos. He was a student. He was a high school student hunted down by the police. He was innocent, not until he was framed by the police, and his last words were that he has an exam tomorrow, to be honest. And he never had the chance to speak for himself. He was just brutally executed. He was just brutally executed by the police and framed for being a drug dealer. Cause in the
Well, you
demography,
mentioned
yeah,
okay, I'll cut you off there for a quick bit.
sure,
You mentioned kasi Kian de los Santos, and he was one
yes,
of the named victims. There are particularly 5 named victims doon
yes,
sa kaso ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. And Kian was one of these key victims that were applied to the ICC para makasuha, para matulungan ang ang mga biktima na magsampa ng kaso ng crimes against humanity. And how, like, why particularly Kian? I mean, we probably know the reason why, pero reiterate it for our viewers and listeners na hindi masyadong alam yung kwento ni Kian de los Santos. Why was he an important name doon sa mga listahan ng biktima that were named in the ICC earlier today?
yes. Cause according to, well, upon my research from the Commission of the Human Rights Philippines, and at the time, Kian was 17 years old. Yes, he is a minor in that case. And 4 years ago, according to the CHR, his life was claimed in the name of the war on drugs, and was gunned down in August of 2017. Died without any armory or any weapons during an anti-drug operation in Caloocan.
Mm.
The claims that nanlaban si Kian did not even make any sense, and those 3 officers involved in the killing, they were charged with murder. So it means that what I said about that the war on drugs was indeed impulsive. Yes, it is. Why? Because they do not base it off of concrete evidence. They just had to go for it to end it. That's how ruthless the war on drugs campaign was. And in fact, Kian isn't the only notable figure that got killed. Even Carl Arnaiz, for example, according to my research then. But considering Kian de los Santos is the most notable one, I believe that there's more than just Kian. There's multiple Kians involved, just like in the death count recorded by Amnesty International about how many children were killed. Kian isn't the only one who got killed in the hands of the war on drugs. In fact, they were all defenseless. That's what they had in common. They were all defenseless. They were all innocent, and they were all. And the only justification for the killings is nanlaban sila. Why would children fight for their lives? To be honest, that itself.
And well,
Yeah,
you were bringing up the okay lang, ika-cut off kita for a minute.
sure.
Kasi nasabi mo na nanlalaban, 'di ba? Yun yung
Yes.
usual na binibigay ng pulis sa mga korte dito sa Pilipinas na nalalaban sila. But during the statement of Attorney Joel Putuyan of the victims camp, nasabi niya na lahat ng mga nabura ay nabura dahil tinutulungan sila ng mga police to like
Yes.
deliberately cover up yung mga kaso na nangyayari against basically them, and enabling the impunity culture around the country. And the fact that this was deliberately covered up by our police dito sa Pilipinas and
Yes.
caused them to file the case to the ICC. What how grueling is that process exactly? At syempre nakikita natin yung failings ng justice system natin sa Pilipinas by not prosecuting these policemen. And we all know na
Yeah.
very very it's the justice system dito sa Pilipinas is basically like leaning towards the perpetrators more than towards the victims. So why the ICC?
Why the ICC in that case? Because, to be honest, the International Criminal Court, as we know it, they're known for convicting high-profile criminals for their crimes against humanity. In that case, and you have, well, notable African leaders there as one of those criminals, and now you have Duterte as the first Asian leader to be convicted. Because the justice, like I said, the justice system we have is broken. And here's the thing: we withdrew from the ICC during Duterte's term, and now the ICC through Interpol arrested him last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Yes.
arrested Duterte last year. The same criminal court where he withdrew from came back to haunt him because the justice system we have is broken and dysfunctional. It only favors those in the upper class, while those in the lower class are left only to fend for themselves. That's how unjust, unfortunately, the justice system we have now. In that case,
We
hopefully
believe
that answers your
na
question.
Sige, go lang.
Yeah, hopefully that answers the question. So proceed.
Kasi 'di ba, etong sa pagbabalik ng session mamayang mga 9:55, 9:25 pala dito sa stream ng, sa YouTube channel ng ICC. What ano yung mga dapat nating i-expect? This is just the first day.
Yeah.
What do we expect from the evidence list, yung opening, the opening statements have already been presented, and ano yung mga arguments na dapat makita natin from all three camps right now?
I believe we're still at the tip of the iceberg in that case, from all three different camps. Because, like what the jury said, it's still a fraction of the evidences he has in hand. So, in that case, we have three camps as well. And this is likely going to go on for a week. So, I believe what we're going to expect, I believe what we're going to expect here, a lot of crimes against humanity related cases which Duterte committed. And this is just the beginning of it, to be honest. This is just the beginning of it. I expect nothing but more cases of killings from his war on drugs campaign. And if not just the war on drugs campaign, the corruption possibly in the government as well. Those involved. those associated with Duterte, they're gonna be involved as well. So it won't be just Duterte whom the ICC will be going after. They're gonna go after every single person associated with Duterte, and that might include the vice president herself as well. Anyone who was involved during Duterte's time in Davao when he was mayor up to his presidency, everyone is going to be on watch under the ICC. That's what I expect from the International Criminal Court.
Mm. I'm just looking at this and just being in awe with everything that has been going on actually since last year, since March 11, 2025. Pero ang
Yeah.
hindi alam ng karamihan is this was actually Duterte's warrant was issued March 7th, pero na-publicize lang siya ng mga 11 March 11. So I mean, when we covered yung pag-aresto kay Duterte nung galing siyang Hong Kong, and it was really really historic. Why did these why are some of these parts confidential, and what are exactly the ethics around particularly the victims' names, most of the victims' names being redacted during the proceedings. And nakita natin kanina kasi during the feed kaninang mga bandang 7:30 na nag nag-stop briefly yung stream ng ICC tungkol sa confirmation of charges hearing ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Why the ethics, and why are these names redacted? Majority of these names, or that were not named, are redacted from public view.
Well, in the lens of the war on drugs victims, to be honest, even in psychological practice, we have the Data Privacy Act, for example, in that case. But considering that the ICC, the duty, I believe, is out of respect for the victims. They may consent to either have their names revealed or not, depending on the severity of the case. And in this case, considering the gravity of Duterte's crimes, I believe that the victims' names are censored, considering the actions of Duterte's followers. To be honest, and one of the and if someone speaks the truth, worst case scenario, on the next day we won't hear from them again. If you know what I mean. So it's best that the victims' names would be redacted, because this is not just only concerning this is not only concerning their well-being, but also their security as well. Their security and safety outside of the ICC. Because if they told them the truth, it means that one of their lives can be at stake for it as well. Their lives will be at stake for speaking the truth, and that's what Duterte fears. Not just Duterte, but also what his followers fear, because they want to frame Duterte as a strong man, not a murderer.
And we have already seen Duterte historically has not attended these confirmation of charges hearings. Like, anong pahiwatig nun sa mga supporters and sa mga side ng mga biktima ng EJK?
Yung pahiwatig nun sa mga supporters, pati yung sa mga biktima ng EJK, I mean, what do you call this? There's so many things to describe. There's so many things to describe in that case. I believe that's about the ICC. Yeah, of course, it's about the ICC. Uh, for Duterte supporters, for Duterte supporters in that case, the war on drugs being brought to light in the ICC, they justify it. They justify it as a way that it keeps them safe from harm. But on the side of the war on drugs, in their perspective, they frame it, or they lived throughout the brutal approaches, the brutal, reckless approaches of the war on drugs. So from so what the war on drugs case has in this case, for the as the ICC has explained it in earlier, Duterte supporters will do anything, basically will do anything to justify it as a safety and security measure for all Filipino citizens, out of love, when in fact it is authoritarian, because us Filipinos were used to the authoritarian approach. But at the cost, but the cost of at the cost of an authoritarian approach, we have the war on drugs victims, most of them defenseless and never were able to speak for themselves, whether if they are indeed guilty of a crime or not. So yes, the verdict will ultimately go to the people, who have suffered much and at the same time never met justice, because the person who is now already under jurisdiction by the ICC will will meet proper due process, will meet proper justice, which which the innocent lives that were involved in the war on drugs campaign were robbed of. As I've explained earlier, I know I am aware that I've repeated myself multiple times, but that is what I definitely see with this case. And as we hear, to be honest, and as we have heard from the multiple cases from the judges of the ICC, cases from Duterte, most of them are crimes against humanity, and it's inevitable that that's not literally the full story. We're probably in the first chapter of it. What if we knew the full book? It means that there's more, or if not more, enough substantial evidence that will deem Duterte to be sentenced to life, possibly, depending on the jurisdiction of the ICC, for his crimes against humanity. Regardless of the stance of the Duterte supporters and the war on drugs, it's up to being fair and to being just for the sake of those who have suffered under his administration. That is what I believe the ICC's decision is.
So gusto ko malaman din, we are about 20 minutes away from the continuation of the confirmation of charges hearing, ang ating first day ng confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. In these next few hours of the presentation, what are we going to look forward to?
What are we going to look forward to in the next trial? I believe more
Hindi,
evidences
ito,
in that case.
ito muna, yung next hours muna.
Oh, the
Kasi
next
this
hours.
is split into 3 parts.
Yeah,
We are now on part 3.
part 3. So, okay, so the first one is the war on drugs. The second one, the war on drugs victims, the second one is from Kaufman, if I'm not mistaken. The third one, I
Kasi,
believe, is from the yeah.
ito kasing
The
third
third,
session na to, I believe would be the presentation of evidence and oral arguments from all 3 parties, pero especially sa kampo ng prosecution at defense. So, what are we going to expect? What are the viewers and listeners going to expect when we hear those oral arguments between the prosecution and defense?
Say again, Mido, can you repeat?
So, 'di ba, I
Okay.
believe the next few hours kasi of this session, once we go back, ay magiging presentation na ng oral arguments between the
Yes.
prosecution and the defense. So, parang ano dapat yung ilo-look forward dito ng mga viewers at ng ating listeners regarding these presentations?
My gosh. Okay. So oral defense arguments in that case, the presentation. There's going to be some claims debunked, especially from Kaufman's end and from the war and drugs victims. You have someone representing them, speaking from, of course, experience in that case, from the experiences of those who fell victim to the wars and drugs, to the war on drugs. So what we expect here is that the claims of self-defense that Kaufman said before, they're likely to be debunked. They're likely going to be debunked with factual evidence from the victims of the war on drugs, from the attorney in that case. So what we should expect there is that we're probably likely gonna have ICC is likely gonna cross-check the info from the war on drugs with Kaufman's self-defense in that Kaufman's self-defense regarding Duterte's approach. So yes, I believe this is the time for Filipinos to reconsider who is telling the truth and who isn't between the two camps in this case. It's time for Filipinos to reconsider what kind of justice system Duterte implemented during his time. Whether if it's just only for his self-interest, or if it's just for the sake of the Filipinos who feel like crimes are everywhere, but on the contrary, the justice system ended up catching unnecessary strays in this case.
And now, ipapahinga ka muna namin, Anima.
Yeah,
Maraming
no
maraming
problem.
salamat sa iyong
Sure.
pagbibigay ng analysis dito sa ating koolNews special coverage. I will let you feed your
Okay.
dogs for a minute, and then we will hear
It's a
from you
pleasure.
very,
They
very
need me
soon.
right now. Right.
Ayan,
Okay.
maraming, that was Anima, our analyst for this week's particular coverage of the ICC confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. We are now about 15 minutes away from the continuation of the proceedings, where we will be hearing yung mga oral arguments ng ating prosecution and defense. As Anima said, we are going to look forward to some claims being debunked by the prosecution or either the judges. I want you guys to present din your opinions dyan din sa ating live chat. I want to encourage you to please input your opinions. I am very excited to hear all of them. We will be looking forward to your feedback, at wag niyo po isi-send sa 2366. Wag niyo po isi-send sa 2366. It's pretty much I believe defunct. But we are live right now. So paalala lang po, tayo po ngayon ay live sa Kool FM, sa koolTV, sa Shine Radio, I believe, what was that? Yung sinabi ni Gio kanina na, I believe that is, ayan, sa 89.5 Manila SDR. Maraming salamat po sa patuloy na pagsubaybay dito sa ating special coverage of the confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. What I want you to know is that the particular process of this hearing ay hindi lang para maintindihan ng tao na may justisya pa para sa ating mga biktima ng EJK, at hindi dapat pagtawanan at at gawing joke time ang mga kasong ito laban sa dating Pangulo. Kasi ito po, ang drug war na ito ay marahas at nakikita naman natin at ina-argue ng mga counsel ng victims and ng prosecution na hindi lamang ito deliberate killings, they are crimes against humanity. At inaabangan natin, inaasahan natin ah, ang isang outcome that would define yung due process and what it means for these victims. And as I've explained before, if you remember my broadcast from last Friday na sana ay hindi natin gawing katatawanan ang mga pagpatay na ito noong administrasyong Duterte. And it's not because we have to be vigilant or naging tahimik nung administrasyon niya. But the thing is, it's been a dominant topic sa ating news cycles dito sa Pilipinas na laging may namamatay, na laging may kita tayo at maririnig ng mga balita tungkol sa mga kasong ito na ngayon ay hinahatulan sa ICC. And though it is going to be a very, very tedious process dito sa International Criminal Court, we are expecting these families of the victims of EJK are expecting to have a verdict kahit nagsisimula pa lang yung ating paglilitis sa dating Pangulo. We are expecting it to be hopefully according to them. Ngayon, nandito na nga po sa ating podium si Athena. Welcome Athena sa ating koolNews special coverage. Maraming salamat sa iyong pagpapaunlak.
Hindi pa 'to analysis pero konting paglilinaw lang, hindi pa po nagsisimula yung paglilitis. Ang kasalukuyan pong
Oo.
dinidinig ngayon ay yung kumbaga sa
Bigayan.
kung may bigat yung kaso or kung sufficient siya to go on to a trial. Bale sa susunod na mga araw or sa buong linggo na 'to na may hearing ang ICC, tawag dito, I think may nakaset ng schedule for it, 'di ba? Parang
Yes.
wait lang, let me check yung sked ng confirmation of charges kung ayun.
Believe ano
For
pa rin to?
for today,
Sige,
wait lang.
go.
For today kasi ang naka-schedule are the following: opening of the confirmation of charges hearing. Yun nga, nagbukas na kanina. Reading of the charges, yung formal na pagbabasa ng mga sinasakdal o yung mga kinakaso sa kanya. Mga opening statement ng parehong panig, ang prosecution at ang depensa at yung pagsasubmit nila ng merits. For the next 2 days, which is February 24 and February 26, ay magpapatuloy lang din yung mga, kumbaga siguro, based on what I can see right now, ang lalamanin ng mga susunod na dalawang hearing ay yung kung kumbaga sa yung merito nila kung bakit kailangan siyang kasuhan or sa panig naman ng depensa bakit kailangan yun ma-dismiss o mabasura. Uulitin lang namin, wala pong hearing ng February 25. Sa mga nag-aabang po sa February 25, wala pong hearing nun. Sa huling araw, sa Biyernes, February 27, ay formal ng tawag dito na formal na isasara yung pagdinig sa pagkumpirma ng charges. And within 60 days, doon natin malalaman if ano-ano ba yung mga kaso na magpo-proceed to trial or kung meron man, kung ano man yung may mababasura. 3 kasi ata ang pwedeng kahantungan yan. It's either babasura siya, number 1. Number 2, ano muna siya, what do you call that? Mag-a-adjourn muna pansamantala tapos i-order ng korte na mag-gather pa ng evidence or number 3 ay ayun nga, mag-proceed na into an actual trial. Yun lang naman.
brought up kasi, Athena, yung tungkol sa 3 outcomes na pwedeng mangyari dito sa confirmation of charges hearing. Like, I'm thinking, paano yung magiging process nun if ever, like, okay, sabihin na natin magta-trial, so tutuloy sa trial. But what about yung adjournment, yung second outcome na mag-a-adjourn muna and then a decision is expected within the next few weeks or so?
I am not sure kung anong magiging ano nun, pero as far as I know, hindi kailangan pa din mag-request ng depensa na eto, pinag-uusapan lang natin kung makakalaya in regards kung makakalaya si Duterte in the event na mag-adjourn para mag-gather pa ng evidence sa prosecution. I think kailangan pa nilang i-ano yun, tawag dito, mag-file ng formal
Isa-file pa.
request, oo. Pero pag tuluyang nabasura yun, automatic makakalaya siya. Bale hindi pa natin
Okay.
bale kung if may mag-expect na may lalabas agad na decision sa Friday, hindi po. Within 60 days, so technically as late as April 23, I think, kung tama yung pagkakakalkula ng mga araw, tama yung pagkakalkula ko, as late as April 23. Basta in that part, between between February 27 and April 27 pa lang, dun lang natin malalaman if may kaso na magpo-proceed or not. Yon.
Mm. So, we have mentioned din kasi kanina na 3 counts ng crimes against humanity yung isinampa sa ICC laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So, oh my God, I forgot. Pero ano yung okay, sabihin na natin in the event na makalaya at mabasura. Pero paano kung may kahit isa man lang doon na magpo-proceed into trial doon sa trial chamber?
Kulong pa din siya. I mean, kahit ma-dismiss yung dalawa tapos may buhay pang isa, well, technically, makukulong pa din siya. Hindi siya makakalabas. Hindi porket na-dismiss yung, halimbawa, yung isa sa mga kaso, makakalaya siya. No. Dahil may dinidinig pang dalawa at, well, hindi natin alam, baka in the event na mag-proceed yung other cases, well, technically, hindi pa din siya makakalaya until, well, kasi pag pag napagdesisyon na ng ICC na mga huwes doon na mag-go na into trial, in that period, hanggang magkaroon ng final verdict, kulong siya.
Mhm.
And in the average, ang trial ng ICC, yung pinaka-actual trial, would last from 3 to 7 years. So that's, well,
Okay. Oo.
yun ang medyo, mahaba-haba din talagang proseso itong pagdinig sa mga kaso niya.
But in the event though na Duterte would die within the detention facility, would these trials proceed pa rin?
Based on that, tawag dito, sa nabasa kong procedures ng ICC, I think madi-dismiss siya. Kasi it's
Mhm.
written academic. Para ding yan dito sa Pilipinas yung mga kaso-kaso dito. Pag namatay halimbawa yung tawag dito,
Suspect.
yung oo, ganun. Madi-dismiss yung kaso kasi it would rendered mo din academic na yun.
Mhm. Again, we are now less than 5 minutes until the session resumes sa International Criminal Court. Tayo po ngayon ay nakaabang sa stream ng ICC. Although, paalala lang po sa ating mga viewers and listeners, ang mga proceedings na ating maririnig sa mga streams ng ICC and those that are being covered by news outlets dito sa Pilipinas ay delayed po ng 30 minutes for 30 minutes for security purposes po yan. May mga media na nasa loob ng Hague ngayon, The Hague, pero bawal po sila magdala ng kahit anong recording devices, phones, laptops. They only have a pen and paper to report para po
To jot
to
down
take down
notes.
notes doon sa
Nasa gallery
proceedings
sila
na
ng
nangyari.
ICC building. Yes.
And we've heard kasi from Zen Hernandez's report kanina sa TV Patrol na parang emotional ang atmosphere sa loob ng ICC, lalo na't katabi niya yung mga ng mga counsel, yung mga pamilya ng mga biktima ng EJK na 'to. And we just have to emphasize that this is important for them kasi ano 'to, ito na rin sa wakas yung parang hustisya na inaasam-asam nila na hindi nila makuha dito sa Pilipinas, as emphasized by Ombudsman Remulla, quoted by Attorney Butuyan kanina. And now as we inch closer to the continuation of the first day of the confirmation of charges hearing, we are expecting na magkakaroon ng merit. Ayan. Yung third session kasi na nakatalaga ngayong araw ay submission on the merits. So parang what I am inferring here is parang tinitingnan, ipapasa nila kung may tuturan ba yung mga kaso na isinampa ng prosecution sa ICC. At ngayon inaabangan na natin, they will go live anytime na sa official YouTube channel ng International Criminal Court. And we are also expecting na what these merits are gonna be will definitely involve yung mga sinasabi ni Duterte throughout the period na dinescribe sa statement ng prosecution sa drug war case. We are now only a minute away. They're going to be live anytime now dito sa ating confirmation of charges hearing. You are currently watching the koolNews special coverage of the opening of confirmation of charges hearing. Ayan, explain muna natin habang hinihintay natin yung stream to go live. Bukas po ay magkakaroon matutuloy ang
Magpapatuloy yung
merits.
hearings.
Yes.
On the bale ang magiging yung pinaka bukas will be the submission of merits of the case. Yung bigat ng kung bakit doon na aanuhin doon nabibigyan kumbaga ng prosecution kung tawag dito, doon nabibigyan ng pagkakataon yung prosecution para ipakita yung bigat nung kinakaso nila kumbaga. And on the other hand, yung defense, which I guess probably by February 26, doon naman nila gagawin yung tawag dito, yung bakit kailangang ma-dismiss naman yung mga kaso. May binigay din time allotment sa kanila as far as I know, di ba? Parang 3...
Yes.
Ano ba?
Yes, they have. So, kanina yung confirmation, yung opening is 30 minutes, then 30 minutes sa opening statements ng prosecution, ng legal representatives ng mga biktima at yung defense. And then, ito namang susunod na session ay matutuloy for an hour. So, ito po yung nakalink sa ating voice chat now, yung PDF that I am currently reading. So, may break po in between these particular proceedings. We have a 30-minute break and a 90-minute break for each of these 4 sessions So ayun, nakwento na rin ni Athena kanina yung ano, yung kung paano magpo-proceed yung next few days. And he actually forgot yung mangyayari sa Friday. Yung mangyayari po sa Friday ay matutuloy po yung arguments ng defense to dismiss the case against the former president. And magkakaroon din ng statements sa closing statements ng prosecution ng victims camp at ng defense closing statements. And then, on the third session, magkakaroon po ng hearing ang hearing whether Duterte will stay sa ICC or will be let go, I believe. Pero I have a quick question na Fina habang hinihintay natin yung stream ng ICC. So whether he stays or what is the other outcome na ine-expect dito sa hearing sa whether he would stay sa ICC or not? What is the other outcome?
Sorry. Ang dalawa lang naman kasi ang pwede magiging dalawa lang naman kasi magiging outcome diyan after ma-adjourn, either ma-adjourn or ano pa din, it bit tawag dito, it's still tawag dito, nananatili pa rin siya sa on the basis na if makakalaya siya or hindi. I mean, tawag dito, ma-adjourn man yung ano, ma-adjourn man yung halimbawa in the event na ma-adjourn dahil hinihingan pa ng pre-trial chamber ng additional evidences yung prosecution, hindi pa siya automatically makakalaya nun dahil as far as I can remember or I know, kailangan pa rin nilang mag-request for interim release during that time. After that decision, and another hearing ulit yon for the pre-trial chamber. So yeah, hindi pa siya automatically makakalaya should the trial be adjourned for the time being. And technically, the only option para makalaya siya at makabalik siya dito would be pabasura yung tatlong ikinaso sa kanya, which is namely, right? Yun nga, ulitin lang po namin yung charges sa kanya, which is 1, murders in or around Davao City during the mayoral period by the Davao Death Squad. Yun yung una niyang count. Pangalawa is the murders of high-value targets during the presidential period or yung from 2016 up until 2019. And count 3 will be murders and attempted murders in barangay clearance operations during the presidential period, which also covers the mula 2016 hanggang sa umalis tayo sa ICC noong March 11, 2019. Baka nagtataka kasi iba, sinasabi ninyo ang dami-dami namatay sa tukhang na ang daming EJK na 6,000. Bakit 3 lang yung ikinaso sa kanya? Well, technically, yung as far as I know kasi kaya ganyan yung naging structure ng ng prosecution yung kinaso sa kanya. It's between the tawag dito, what they call this, yun lang yung
Yung
parang
periods kasi yung dinedescribe, I
in
believe.
general kasi. Hindi dinidinig sa ICC yung per case. Kaya tawag dito, kung mapapansin niyo bakit in general yung mga binanggit na charges, it is because well technically kaya nga after tawag dito, kaya nga siya napunta sa ICC, it is because it is deemed na walang makukuhang hustisya yung mga biktima sa Pilipinas, sa judicial system dito sa Pilipinas. And yun nga yung dahilan kung bakit inakyat sa ICC, and yun din yung reason why why tawag dito, yung mga charges against Duterte would just be around that few numbers instead of the 6,000 or the 76, because we are discussing the systemic na ang inaano dito, ang dinidinig dito yung sistema ng pagpatay, hindi yung particular na kung sino yung mga pinatay, kung sino yung mga nagkaso. No, yung ang pinag-aanuhan dito sa ICC would be the systemic, kumbaga systemic killings as they describe it, the alleged systemic killings. Yun.
At ngayon nga po kasalukuyan yung nakikita ang feed ng International Criminal Court para sa pangatlong session ng first day ng confirmation of charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At matagal pa, hindi pa tayo nagsa-start dito sa ating delayed stream. But I want you to know we are going to see, we are going to expect yung presentation ng mga oral arguments ng
I think kaya na.
prosecution at this hour. Medyo nagbablock lang, but I think they will bring it back naman. Medyo nag-aalangan lang yung stream ng ngayon ng ICC.
Hindi, I think na siya, nagpe-prepare na siya kasi nandun pa rin yung logo ng ICC eh. So, I think wala namang problema sa feed na nakukuha natin. Baka sa kanila na yan mismo.
All right, we will leave.
Feed nila.
Okay guys, we are back. Let's listen in.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous à nouveau.
Once again, good day, everyone. We will now move on to submissions on the merits. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. You have 1 hour today.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Honors. My name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads. These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected. That Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected. And he promised, he pledged, that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, And that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand it, the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected? They were the most vulnerable, and they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised, also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. We talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings, if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claim that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point your honors to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, a kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense. Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad. A leader who creates, leads, arms, and funds a death squad is not interested in due process or following the law. Those empty utterances were simply Mr. Duterte, who's chosen not to be here today. Those were simply him acting as the former prosecutor, trying to build in some semblance of a defense, preparing for the day, should it ever come, as it now has, that he would be held to account. It was to give his lawyers something to say. But look at it over here, where I said don't shoot except in self-defense. The reality is that Mr. Duterte's message was clear, and it was understood by the perpetrators, and it was followed. That message was, commit murder at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it, other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being a mini trial or a trial before a trial, it's also not the time for the chamber to in-depth determine the credibility of witnesses. That can only properly be addressed at trial by the trial chamber when the witnesses are called to testify before the judges and their evidence is properly tested. And there I would point, Your Honors, to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. I'll move on now. We can go to the next slide, James. I'll talk a little bit about Mr. Duterte's background. He was born on the 28th of March, 1945, and he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986. And you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. And while he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. We can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for his political advancement, or both. And Mr. Duterte confirmed years later, in 2024, when being questioned under oath, that planting evidence was his strategy as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it. Right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol, this is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that we also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, this tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant, and he referred to the ICC, quote, as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025. If you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag Hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something, matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings. He wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say, here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victim. And choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. We can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988. And served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although of course before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the Davao model. The Davao model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime of murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you. Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office, or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bong Go, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, and important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period, and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Giran, regional director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, Rodrigo Duterte. And as mayor, he had, of course, de jure control over the Davao police. And the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. Death squads, or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed, or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. I'll talk now, just for a few moments, about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your job here in the city would be to kill the drug pushers, the snatchers, and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, a basket was passed around filled with handguns, and the new members could pull one out, like getting a prize. So they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was happy at this dinner meeting. He was laughing, and he even sprayed a bottle of champagne to celebrate. That's at para 5 for our PCB. One witness recalls, we can go to the next slide, James, thank you. Recalled, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James. This is tab
Ako dong death
11.
squad.
So how do you react to that?
Tunod. Tunod na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, "I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters." He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. Go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, "So what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings. For the record, Mr. Chair." End quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, "You are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right." End quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, "My death squad, ma'am, is of course, it is organized. That's all I can say," end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe. And that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of 2 ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. Several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my my friend said in the previous session, this was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript, he stated to the effect the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point your honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000 15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. If we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. The witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte. Because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued. End quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please. Tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged, end quote. It's tab 117. In exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened in Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. Before carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who we'll see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen in this case then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. Now, what's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa Makati, ganito din. At most warning sa nagdadalo. Katong patay sa Agdao. Sige, tanawin pa yun. Tanaw ng dua kalakap. Kanawa. Fiskal, pati pambot ni sa imo. Morder mo din klaro. Tanawa na. Kaya, berbada. May pagkita si Esa Rosales. Karaka, kawanan. Bisa mo yung nalyanay mo? Karaka. Karat, tulog. Tanawa. Tanawang reaksyon sa mga tao.
And you have to wonder if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime. You have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law and order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved. course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry. End quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video and we'll see his response. You'll also see Duterte's right. Look at the question, look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 na, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honors, coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the Davao model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of four. This is a tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months, sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? Then I'd say Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung magdating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you, not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality, 8 to 6 months. sabi nila, that's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di, yun hindi naniwala. Di, patay. Anong pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal have to do with your pocket? Nabi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo. Pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Di, pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot pa. Papagkaprang ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag muna kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman siya, hindi ka talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila.
Alam mo ito, ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Mapatayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, perchance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kasi itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and the police. 3 to 6 months. Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, DeVow is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president on 30 June 2016, and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the DeVow model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I'd suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
And you are seeing live pictures of the International Criminal Court. Sa ating minomonitor na kaso ng crimes against humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Good evening, everyone. And you are currently watching the live coverage of the confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Magandang gabi. Ako si Midori Tachibana, and I will be your anchor throughout this very historic week of coverage dito sa International Criminal Court sa Hague. I would like to invite back sina Athena at si Anem to help us analyze and to help people know what help break down what we've seen dito sa presentation ng ating senior trial lawyer na si Julian Nichols. Magandang gabi muli sa inyong dalawa. Anem, I want to go to you because wow, I mean,
Yeah.
that is just bombshell after bombshell after bombshell of evidence, and we've seen like the first, I believe, yung presentation kanina na where there were of his time as mayor, that was the first time we've seen such such a video that has surfaced dito sa trial hearing ng ICC laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. What do you infer from that, and just how much of a bombshell it must have been to see these? I don't believe news outlets even have really seen these footages of Rodrigo Duterte's very brutal war on drugs, and this was in Davao.
Boy, am I not surprised, to be honest. I am not surprised. Remember what I said earlier? Everyone from A to Z in the hierarchy will get involved, and look what the ICC did. Everyone in the hierarchy is involved and are now tagged as part of the crime. That is exactly what I meant earlier. And now they've literally dug up everything from Duterte's mayoral term in Davao up to his presidency. I definitely mentioned a lot of evidence regarding his war on drugs campaign there. And what's surprising to me, the ICC even got footages from certain news broadcasts regarding his insults towards the ICC and his initiative on the war on drugs campaign, justifying how he really is the mastermind behind the DDS. Looks like everything has everything has shifted for not just the whole country, but also for the Duterte dynasty as well. And everything is turning upside down. Everything is turning upside down for this family that has caused immense trauma for the victims of the war on drugs. And we are now seeing that. But keep in mind, guys, this is just the first day. This is just the first day, and there's gonna be more to come in the following days. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If there have been more bombs for this day on the first day, imagine in the following days. My goodness, there's a lot of sequence of events in this case.
And that part, I will have to emphasize this for everybody watching and listening to us right now. This is literally only the first count. Ito yung first count ng charges laban kay Duterte. That and just seeing how much evidence the prosecution has gathered for this, it's wild. It's wild, and I
We've got
cannot
everything.
emphasize that enough. Um I want to go to Athena. Why do you think na ngayon na nag-surface na to and the media hasn't seen it? Like, what we've seen like a lot of media clips from ANC, SMNI even, um and I believe yung gikan yung gikan ay sa
Ikan sa masa para
local
sa
channel ng
masa.
Davao.
Yeah,
Yes,
umere,
I believe
umere yun sa,
was that SMNI?
no, umere yun sa ABS-CBN TV for Davao. Matagal na program yun
Okay,
ng
sa ano pala.
ABS-CBN Davao
Okay,
doon.
okay. Mhm.
Sa totoo lang, kung tatanungin niyo ako kung nagulat ako sa mga presentang ebidensya ng prosecution, well, hindi. Kasi, biases aside, yung mga remarks ni Duterte na yun are just basically publicly available na para bang tawag dito kung sa tutuusin parang hindi naman din lingid sa kaalaman natin mga Pilipino na talagang harap-harapan na talagang inaamin niya na may existence ng Davao Death Squad, etc., etc. Kung tutuusin, if it was a bombshell evidence, well, hindi sa dina-downplay ko, but I think we're just tama yung sabi ni Anima, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Kumbaga, hindi siya necessarily a bombshell, pero ano din yun, mahalagang ma-cite din yun sa, ayan nga, sa hearings sa ICC, because
Mhm.
yan yung susubukan pahinain ng depensa sa mga susunod na araw. Pero kung ako ang tatanungin, paano mo pahihinain yung ganung yung mga ganung pag-amin sa media? Kasi parang
Mhm.
sa parang tawag dito sa kabuuan naman ng termino ni former President Rodrigo Duterte na parang sorry I mean we just have to be frank about it, pero nasaan na yung lipunan natin o yung sosyedad natin sa perspektiba na tawag dito, alam nating mamamatay tao tong presidente natin. Alam nating siya yung
Mm.
nasa likod ng ganito, ganyan. So, nakakagulat ba yung mga ebidensya? Hindi.
No.
Pero tawag dito, mahalaga din na, to be fair, mahalaga din na makita din natin yung ipipresenta ng depensa either siguro bukas or sa sa Webes. Mahal doon natin tawag dito, mas mahihimay natin 'to ng maigi kung paano nila iaano 'yun. Hindi ko nasasabing mental gymnastics pero well, basically 'yun na rin 'yun. Kung paano nila
Mm.
tawag dito, pahihinain o i-dismiss yung mga well, obvious na parang evidences that could incriminate their client, which is former President Rodrigo Duterte.
Like, I just see so much there's just so much to unearth kasi from just the first count. That is only the first count. You have to remember that, and we will have the rest of the two counts tomorrow. Um pero ito yung ano ko, yung I'm just curious about this, but what then, like, we've seen old photos then of Duterte holding firearms and De La Rosa is Bato De La Rosa is in the pic. Um with his history going back to the 70s and 80s, um what parang paano yung how do you think the prosecution is painting the picture for the judges para makita na okay, we can see this going to trial. I will go to Anima first, and then Afina can answer next.
Okay, sure. Excuse me. So, yan. So, what we're gonna talk about here is basically everything that the ICC has emphasized regarding, of course, Rodrigo Duterte's cases of war on drugs from his mayoral term in Davao up to his presidential terms. So I'll just keep it short and simple the best way possible. So, in a psychological perspective, in this case, as a mental health professional myself, it did justify my explanation that his war on drugs approach was indeed hasty. I did hear the ICC, maybe once, yeah, that they mentioned it to be a ruthless, hasty approach in that case. And we can see from the footages from the ICC that you know how his constituents moved in solving one of his cases. It was like it didn't look like it came from the police. It looked like it came from a syndicate in that case. It was like seeing, how do I compare this? It's like I'm seeing freaking Mexico City. Yeah, exactly. It it's like I'm seeing it's like I'm seeing like an undercover operation of a Mexican cartel in that case. Cause the way they moved wasn't out of justice. It wasn't that formal, unlike one of those, like how the SWAT team would move or how the US Marines would move, for example. It's not it's not formal, they don't have a specific formation. They just went all in. That's indicative of a hasty approach in that case. And the fact that we did not just see that in Davao City, we saw that culminate. We saw that culminate when he became president in 2016. And that's where the EJK cases started. The most ruthless cases coming from Kian de los Santos, for example, defenseless people, all. And to name a few, even I want to name honorary mention this retired Corporal Winston Ragos. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and schizophrenia. And in the middle of his hallucinations, police targeted him with a gun. He was in the middle of his hallucinations, and the solution that could have been given there, the solution that could have been approached there was crisis de-escalation with the help of mental health professionals. And all you got there were police officers who did not know how to calm him down. And instead he was met with bullets up to his death. That is an example of how Rodrigo Duterte did not care about the well-being of those so-called criminals he framed. He only cared about keeping the country safe, even if those people that he thought were criminals were in fact not criminals. They weren't all criminals. They were also innocent people, and unfortunately children were involved in it. That's the cost of having a ruthless justice system that has no regard for human life at all. Anyways, I've said my word. Maybe proceed to Athena in this case.
Actually, from a tambay perspective, tawag dito, wait. Siguro what we can only see or say about the things that were presented earlier is that um hindi man verbatim na eto lang for sure kasi madidiscuss to ng defense or yeah, something along these lines is yung wala naman kasing utos na patayin yan, so bakit nyo idinidiin si PRRD. Well, ang punto kasi dito, kahit walang verbatim na ordinansa, walang talagang formal order sa police and sa tawag dito, sa sa law, kumbaga sa ano, sa law enforcement agencies, technically kasi sa nakikita naman natin, malinaw na yung kung papanong yung approach ni Digong towards Davao na lang. I mean, ayun, naging ano siya eh, hindi siya basta parang nagbiro or something like that. The approach was like, it is going to be a system that would last until maybe hindi natin alam kung hanggang kailan, siguro kung hanggang kailan sila maghahari sa Davao. And ayun nga eh, parang that wait lang eh. I would search lang kung tama yung babanggitin kong terminolohiya. Bakit? Yeah. Napakahirap kasing tawag dito, magkaroon naman ng plausible deniability dahil all those footages and all the things that happen, and ano, hindi mo siya masasabing collateral damage lang or it is a plausible deniability. And well, definitely maririnig natin to sa mga susunod na araw, mapapadalas na natin tong marinig kasi ito yung kumbaga, ipapaliwanag lang natin kung ano yung plausible deniability para sa mga ating mga tagapanood at tagapakinig. Dito parang ito yung logic na ginagamit ng mga mga katulad ng mga leader na nagkakasala sa bayan na hindi raw nila di umano alam yung mga ginagawang illegal sa ilalim sa kumbaga sa ano, sa ilalim ng administrasyon nila. Well, ang tanong naman, ang magiging pinakaano na lang naman dito is hindi naman nakita naman natin at malinaw sa atin na hindi isolated yung mga kaso ni Lakian, etc., etc. Hindi yun isolated. Dahil kung isolated lang yan, maybe it could happen once, twice, thrice, but well, kung babalikan nyo yung mga news reports from June to maybe, well, December 2016, makikita ninyo na while there is no formal order and while tawag dito, Tokhang was just dubbed as a anti-drug operation, there seems to be a systematic pattern or a systematic or an informal order to literally, get suspects killed. And I don't know. Kasi pwedeng maybe the list before sa mga barangay, I could not I would for legal tawag dito they call this for legal matters hindi ko siya verbatim na babanggitin, pero yung iba doon,
Sige.
there's a chance na yung iba sa mga napatay doon sa drug war na yon ay mga napagtripan lang.
Okay, I want to emphasize din kanina sa presentation ng argument ng prosecution na nabanggit din yung ano, yung troll farms ng Duterte administration nung time niya sa presidency. Why? I mean, they have been named. I know there are a lot of ano bang tawag dito? Maraming mga troll farms within the country, and they have been named as also an indirect perpetrator ng war on drugs. Anima, I want to go to you. Paano what is this exactly entailing for the prosecution? Ba't nabanggit yung troll farms? And bakit parang na parang nai-indicate, nai-implicate na rather yung kanilang ginagawa to influence the Duterte case?
Okay, because back in 2022, when I first became a volunteer for Lenny Kiko, I'm also aware back then with my friend that even trolls were moving at the same time. Considering this is the age of social media, of course, talamak ang TikTok, talamak ang Instagram Reels, talamak ang Facebook. Well, Facebook is sadly the hive of the mga DDS din. Hindi ko alam kung kailan ng threads, pero recently lang naman din ata. Pero yun. And we have Twitter. Twitter at that time was not named X yet. So, what the trolls would do, they would use every single source. They would use every single platform they have to spread propaganda. In fact, in fact, they didn't even start this during the elections. I believe that they started this even when Duterte was first mayor. It was a
So it
long
goes
time
like
coming
all
for
the
them, to
way
be
back.
honest. Yes, it goes all the way back. If Duterte, look, to be honest, if Duterte was able to influence people back in 2022 to vote for Marcos and of course his own daughter.
Okay.
Back in 2016, he was able to win that. He was able to win that presidency. So it means that those trolls doubled in 2022 and they've started since 2016. If not 2016, 2016 was a catalyst. It was the catalyst of everything that happened until now. And before 2016, they were honestly building up, most likely from his time as mayor. So it is expected that maybe in the following days to come, the ICC is going to expose much more evidence of Duterte's troll farm. And as much as I want to say this, to be honest, there is a good chance that Marcos might actually be involved in this as well. Because remember their campaign back in 2022, they formed an alliance called Unity. Marcos and Duterte were both involved in one propaganda. They both had the same propaganda machine. Not until friction happened between Junior and Sara Duterte, and then that is where the division goes in, and now those two are in a civil war.
Mm-hmm.
Duterte's troll farm started
Okay.
way back. And now you have Marcos supporting that, and now you have Marcos getting in the mix, and those two are divided. So it is expected that every single connection Duterte had from 2022, from 2016, and from his term as mayor, they will all come to light. That's what I believe is expected to happen in the next following days in the ICC. If they've managed to expose the whole hierarchy from A to Z, imagine every single DDS troll out there about to get exposed. Even the most notable ones, they're most likely to be in the surface. And in fact, they're inevitably to be under the radar of the ICC.
Okay, thank you, Anima. Kasi parang
Sure.
I want just to clarify, nabanggit mo yung pangalan ni Sara Duterte
Yes.
and she was mentioned during the presentation of the oral argument ng prosecution
Yes.
kanina ni Julia Nichols.
He
And
was.
she, as much as we were not surprised, I was still surprised. But what is exactly going to be how are the prosecution going to explain yung role ni Sara Duterte sa um sa particular na case na ito?
Because we do know that after Duterte became president, right? Because you can't hold you can't hold the mayoral position and the presidency at the same time. That would be so OP. After Duterte became president, and of course his daughter would take the helm of becoming the mayor, and inevitably she would do the same thing in that case. What his father did, she continued. So it's inevitable because we've heard the ICC mention his daughter's name. It's inevitable that eventually in one of those days, maybe in day 2, maybe in day 3, her name will be in the list as well. Her name will be on the radar, which means that she, along with Bato, along with Bongo, might be eventually arrested in the future, just like Duterte himself. At this point, they're already going after the people from A to Z, and the DDS trolls, especially those who headed those troll farms, they're likely to be in it as well. It's literally a web. It's literally a web, not just a web, but rather a pyramid of members who supported Duterte. They're going from A down to Z. They're going to clean house in this case.
Mhm. So nakita na natin yung pagkaka-arrange ng presentation ng prosecution ng kanilang kaso at kung gaano kabigat yung case laban sa dating pangulo. Athena, I want to ask you this. So ano yung parang implications niya sa wait, let me backread my question for you. Ito, bakit kinailangang i-mention yung mga trolls and how important is their influence in the case?
As ICC have said, they were indirect perpetrators. So, well, technically, kung tatanungin nyo kung gaano sila ka-importante dun sa kaso, well, significantly. Tawag dito, informing, kung matatandaan ninyo, hindi lang naman police ang involved dito sa tokhang na nangyari sa anti-drug war. If you can remember, there were vigilante groups that literally involved themselves in hearing suspected drug addicts or whatever. But the point here is the trolls have been the trolls have long been desensitizing us of the situation that we are in, and technically they are the ones who drive the court of public opinion, and for them to be named as indirect perpetrators is a title that technically they deserve because, well, aminin man natin o hindi, marami sa atin ang, well, sumuporta din sa war on drugs na yon. But the thing here is ano yung mga magiging implications nito sometime in the future. Well, ang masasabi ko lang dyan is as the trial goes on, as mentioned na rin naman before, dadami pa yung mga tao mapapangalanan within the actual case. So ang magiging primary implications dyan is like mas marami pang madidiin, hindi lang yung mga nabanggit na police chiefs, hindi lang sila senators Bongo and Bato, but there would be definitely a lot of people, and that could also include our own Vice President, which is Sara Duterte. Kasi technically, during the interim period na naging mayor si Duterte sa Davao, ay siya ang, well, vice mayor nun. So, while hindi pa tawag dito, well, technically, until hindi naman siya napapangalanan, we can legally name her or implicate her on that case. But if there's a chance, well, yes, definitely meron. Nasa prosecution na lang or nasa ebidensya na lang kung paano kahit paano magkaroon ng probable cause or somehow prima facie evidence that could implicate her on the case. So kung hindi pa so dahil nababanggit na rin naman ng apelyido Duterte, well, I guess so, as the trial goes on, hindi pa safe ang pangalang Sara Duterte sa dinidinig na kaso sa ICC?
Okay, I want to finish this with a quick question for both of you. Um now that we know kung ano yung first count and how they presented yung kanilang arguments sa harap ng mga huwes, ano ang dapat na ano ang pinaka-lesson dito? Ano ang pinaka-importanteng dapat malaman dito ng mga Pilipino? And what do we want our viewers to know? The important stuff about this whole confirmation of charges hearing.
Okay,
Mauna,
so
mauna muna siguro si Anima.
okay, sure. Thanks, Anne. Thanks, Athena. Anyways, I'll keep it short and simple then. So yun, my message to the public dito. The lesson here, especially that our history is hanging in the balance, especially in the modern times, the modern digital era. Always choose the right side of history. But be careful of the political figures you vouch for, because not every one of them is genuine at heart. Some of them may run for their own self-interest, while the others have other agendas in mind other than serving the people. Always choose to vouch for the people that care for your rights and for your future, not those who care only for their riches and for their own benefits. There's a difference between being a politician and a Filipino. Being a politician means you have to fight for the masses, you have to serve the people, and you have to spend your money wisely for the needs of the people. And as a citizen, you must be there for your country, you must be there for the people, and most importantly, you must learn to love not only your country but also your people. Because if you do not instill that love, that passion you have as a Filipino, what more as a politician if you cannot even express your love for the Filipino and only for other foreign causes? To be honest, you're not a Filipino just because you vouch for a politician. You're a Filipino because you love your country, so you vote for the right people who love the country and the people, and not just promise but rather on on their word act on their word to plan for a bright future, not just for any class of this country, but for all Filipinos equally, regardless of color, regardless of race, regardless of political belief. Every single one of us is important. We are all Filipinos at the end of the day. So it is important to vote for the right candidate so that we can make our own history. That history that we can make will be our future destiny. And that destiny will be our bright future. Thank you.
Ginawang Miss Q&A. Athena, I want to go to you quick. We are about to end. Final words.
I'll make it short and simple. Uh, Supporting the prosecution of the former president doesn't make you less of a Filipino, and that doesn't mean that we literally give up our sovereignty. Supporting the prosecution of the former president just signifies that we support accountability for the public officials that we have elected. Technically, hindi naman tawag dito, hindi dapat maging mali na umamin sa, well, technically, parang ang punto na lang dito ay we need to vote, we need to elect public officials uh, who gives hope, who promotes accountability, transparency, integrity, and honesty to the government. And hindi lang dapat yung macho-macho, hindi lang dapat yung machismo. And ang argument kasi dito, 'di ba, tawag dito, parang isinuko na natin yung soberanya natin sa ibang bansa. Hindi, ang dapat siguro natin na mas makita dito na napaka-importante para sa bawat isa sa atin ang salitang hustisya. At kung kinakailangan na maidiin ang ating dating pangulo sa kanyang mga ginawa nitong nakaraang mga taon sa kanyang administrasyon para lang maipakita na may hustisya pa, siguro nararapat lang din na mangyari ang mga bagay na ito. Huwag nating kalilimutan, ganito na lang, huwag nating kalilimutan ng hustisya, huwag tayo magpabulag sa puwersa ng kadiliman. At dahil sa puntong nakikita natin na ng ating mga boto, sayang ng ating bansa. I hope that things would be better for us. Lastly, we need to collaboratively and we need to work together and ability and justice here.
Ng confirmation ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal na maraming salamat at manatiling nakatutok sa Cool FM para sa pinakauling updates. Susunod na ang Talk with Sen.